go. I've got the microphone on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. And nice to see you all. It's a wonderful day. It's a Wednesday. It's the 11th of January of 2023. And some places, like the future, it's the 12th of January of 2023. Anyway, welcome on board, everyone, and glad to have you all here. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX, a live stream. A nice voice, yeah, and we want to keep it that way. So let's try. And I think this first hour, what we're going to do is, after 20 minutes, I'm going to take a break, and then after another. I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes, and after another 15 minutes, I'll take another little break, and that'll bring us to the next 15 minutes, and that'll bring it to the top of the hour, and hopefully that is going to work. So I'm going to try it anyway. We'll see what happens. And yes, my voice is a little bit better today, and hoping that it will continue to improve over the next little while. Yeah, I look better too, Judy. Really, I do. Oh, actually, I've always looked good. It's just, it's the way it is. Anyway, let's get, yeah, you sound normal? Oh boy. Oh boy, I don't know what normal is. Is normal good? We'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get at the stream. We don't have too much crazy stuff going on today. No really huge quakes and no volcanoes blowing up. Nothing too serious. First person in, though, was, of course, Hermione and Fluffy. So Hermione and Fluffy get the cookies. There we go. And Irish Monk says 72 hours without sleep, but I have a goat-scented electric blanket that will claim me soon. By the way, Irish Monk, that nap I had did wonders for me. It was great to have that 1 hour extra sleep. So I hope you enjoyed it. Oh boy. Anyway, you're welcome, Hermione and Fluffy. And let's get at saying hello to everyone. Of course, and before we get going too far, too fast, I want to say hi to our moderators. First off, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, and Gary, 24/7 Live, he's at Skies, as well as possibly Joseph Fields and Lucas Snow and a few others that may be in the background. And thank you for helping out. I do appreciate that. And let's get at saying hello to everyone in here. And we'll start out with the guy who just came in, neighbor Pistol Pete. Welcome. John Raper also here. And we already got Hermione and Fluffy. Sophie is here. And it's LOL Gemma, the Super Kitty 2. Sorry, Doc, I haven't been feeling good at all. Well, I hope you and Claire are okay. So, hopefully. Anyway, Irish Monk is here. Welcome. And did I get John already? Gabby also in the house. Judy M made it in. Hasn't been caught by the police yet, peeking in people's windows. Sophie is on board. And let's see, who else have we got scrolling up the list? Kevin Haynes is here. Welcome. Full Circle of Florida also on board. And I see a Bunny running in just on time, on cue. And Bunny is going to go eat right away, I think. Bowls are refilled and did my bunny duty today, so they're all good. Did I say Sue Hayes is here? I think so. Maybe I didn't. I said Sophie is here, but Sue Hayes is also here. Henry Nelson is on board as well. Good to see you, Henry. And King Cullen Deadman also made it in, as well as Tom and Pepper. Good to have you on board, Tom and Pepper. And let's see, still scrolling up here looking for more wonderful names. And Tetra, welcome back. And let's see, who else have we got? Lizoid, I got you already. Robert Frary, good to have you on board again. And going up some more, looking for more wonderful names. And who else we got? We got John, we got Judy. And let's see, scrolling, looking very quickly to see if we can get through this list really fast. Like Kate is here as well. Welcome, Kate, who's folding laundry. And let's see, who else we got? Still scrolling upward. Diane is also here. Welcome. And let's see. We got Gabby already. Got Diane. There we go. And still scrolling, looking for that elusive name that I didn't mention. Or names. There could be a few of them. Lots to scroll up, but I'm up as far as I can go, and I don't see anyone else up at the top. Going back down to the bottom, I see Scott Hartman also made it in. Welcome, Scott. And hopefully everyone, what habit, the thumbs up. Yeah, hit that thumbs up if you haven't done that yet. That would be awesome. I'd really appreciate it. And let's see, I think we got everybody for right now. And yep, we got one bunny eating, so that is always important. So let's get at things. We'll turn that banner off. Oh, no, that's not that banner. Hang on, where is it? It's at the top. There we go. All right, so Yona. Welcome, Yona. Glad to have you on board. And good to see you. And let's see, did I miss anyone else sneaking in here? I guess not. But, yep, hello to Yona from Iceland. Nice to have you on board. Okay, so, yeah, like I say, there wasn't a heck of a lot going on. And, of course, what we're seeing at Kilauea really isn't super exciting till we start looking at it in the night or darker skies kind of thing, because then it lights up a little bit. So I did make up a little time-lapse video for you guys. Hey, Sasha's in here as well. I didn't call your name out. Good to see you, Sasha. And anyway, we'll play that little video. And basically what I did is take the early morning hours from while it was still showing very pinkish, and it went through its phases of color through the blues and then into the black and reds. So let's have a look at that, and we'll get that going, and we'll let that one run. So unfortunately, there was a couple little stoppages in my video, and I checked through my computer to see what was going on, and I did find my C drive was full again. So making a lot of these time lapses fills up the hard drive very quickly. Of course, the D drive is got lots of space on it, so I moved a lot of the stuff there. But it's interesting to see the flow pattern and everything from this. You know, when it's going slow, you don't really notice this too much, but a lot of flow happening there, and very cool, very neat. I like it. It is quite interesting to see the patterns in there, and the fact that it looks like neon. And that is pretty awesome and pretty cool. And you can see some of the plates flipping, not very large plates flipping, but some of them. And I don't think that lava is all that deep as of yet, but it's nice to see that flow, and it gives you something to kind of look at, and it really does look like it's bubbling on very fast speed. So neon pink mini rivers. Yep. And then it changes color though. Now you'll see it as we progress to a daylight. It turns more bluish, and then it actually goes like a black, and the lava starts looking more red again, which is really kind of cool. And there's the blue now. You see that, and that is pretty awesome. And then of course this is part of the camera filters in there that they've got, and then it starts to go black again on everything, and you can see how that lava is turning red, and that is pretty awesome as time progresses. So very interesting. I heard the lake is about 30 meters deep. Is that possible? I don't believe it's 30 meters deep. I don't think there's enough lava there to have made it 30 meters yet, because we had that previous crust on there. And here you can see where it's going from its blue shades to blackish, and just as the sun comes up, like a lava lamp, really real life. Yep, Sasha. I heard 32 feet of new lava. 32 feet maybe, so that'd be about 10 meters. That is possible. That is very possible. But I don't believe 30 meters, because that's like 100 feet. And that would have drowned out all the other areas already, especially the what we were looking at there yesterday, the like Pig Island and stuff like that. If it would have risen that much, it would have drowned all that out. But it hasn't done that. So that is kind of what we were looking at or gauging with. But I can understand 30 feet, maybe 10 meters of lava, but not 30 meters. So yeah, it's kind of cool and interesting. Anyway, like I say, when we're looking at it, and this is live, by the way, so when we're looking at the live shot, yes, you can see some movement, but it certainly doesn't look as appealing as it does in a time lapse as it flows, and you can see the speed at which it really moves across there. So pretty awesome in that respect. But anyway, I just figured we'd throw that at you guys. And let's see, wasp nest again. Yep, and that is kind of what I was thinking. And of course, that was the earlier picture. Let me see if we can fix that up. There we go, to make it fit. And that was at 2:59 a.m. or 3 a.m. And that is what it was looking like. And then, of course, this one at 3 a.m. For the longer range shot, and that shows you where that is. That's pretty interesting to see that it is confining itself there. I'm surprised we're still seeing that little spot. Pig Island is right in between here, and that is kind of neat to see that glowing again, which is pretty cool. And of course, this was our original lava lake or pond, and the Hornito, and that is actually getting bigger. And that is kind of interesting to see that was a little bit bigger. That, of course, the toe area, and I don't know if it just filled up and has gone stagnant or what, but we do see, the very bright lava in this end. And I'm wondering if we're going to get more flow happening in here again. That'll be something to watch for in the future. So in that toe area, because that Hornito area here sure looks like it was definitely bigger than it was before. But that's pretty awesome. Let's refresh that to a current picture. That is what it looks like in the open. And there you can see that one spot. Here's Pig Island, and of course that is the primary area now over there where it's bubbling up. And here's our lava pond, and the Hornito right in this area here, which I don't know, it may end up just breaking up that Hornito a whole bunch, but it does look pretty incredible though. We'll see how much more lava we'll get in that caldera. It's going to be interesting to watch this over the next little while. So pretty awesome. Let's have a quick shot at the thermal, and there you can see everything that I was just talking about on that thermal. Again, the old lava pond, the toe area, this particular hotspot where it started out when it re-erupted, and of course the little lava lake that it's created over there. So very cool, and the Hornito spot. I'm also seeing another spot over here. I don't know if that is going to be something we got to keep an eye on in the future, but does definitely look pretty cool and pretty level all the way around. Now it still does look like it's building itself a rim around this area, and if it does that, we'll see more outflows as that fills up. Once it gets to a capacity, we'll see the edges break, very similar to what we were seeing in Iceland at when Siggy was doing its thing, and all of a sudden we would see the outflows. Let's refresh that, get the current one, and this is from 1400 time-wise, and doesn't look that much different, but you can definitely see the flow has slowed down. The color on the edges is starting to get a little deeper, telling us that when we're looking at our scale here, that it is cooling on the edges a little bit more. So we don't have as much flow in there as what we had before. And hello, Wonky Donkey, welcome. Glad to have you on board. Great shot. Lava is always a way to go. Yep, it is beautiful. And this, of course, was from 3 a.m. as well. And there you can see that lava pond. And I actually like this shot. Kind of spooky with the clouds in the front here, and the smoke coming up, and that's your primary event there. But you do still see some upwelling in these other spots as well, which is pretty cool. And that is kind of awesome. So actually I didn't take a shot of that. I'm gonna just, there we go, I did a screenshot, and then we will refresh that one and see what we've got there. That's what it looks like now. And here you can actually see those borders that I was saying it's developing. You can definitely see that it is building itself up. This spot here, not so much, but you can see it all the way around. So that is kind of interesting to see that it's building its own pond. And yeah, 5 more minutes. Yeah, we'll do that, and we'll see what we can do. So pretty cool. But yep, I just wanted to show that to you guys, and that is pretty awesome for what we've got going on, and I think that was worthy of having a peek at it anyway. While we're in Hawaii, let's take a quick peek over at the other one, and of course that is Mauna Loa, the caldera in Mauna Loa from yesterday. We'll refresh it, and no, hang on, that was from today, just earlier today. My bad. Really no big change there whatsoever. And the other thing well, we'll put it back on this for right now. And I do want to take that break in a second, and let's get that screen back to size so it looks better. There we go. And you can see that flow pattern. It is still putting out a fair amount of lava. Just not sure, what the volume rate is coming out of there. It's going to be interesting to find out exactly what they have calculated out. I have not been able to see any updates on it as of yet. I was trying to find those, but didn't have enough time to find them. But anyway, okay, back. Someone or something is tripping my electric on part of my circuit. Will be called tomorrow. What something is? Oh, you got something kicking in. That's that's not good, Piggy. I hope you don't have any fires or anything like that. Maybe make sure that the cords on the stuff isn't hot. That would be something you want to take a look. Just if you feel the cords on your electrical cords, just check them on your devices and see if they're really hot or not. If they're hot, unplug it. Okay. The circuit is off. Oh, okay. Well, that's probably safest. All right. So, yeah, I'm kind of at that first point where I'm going to go take that break. So give me a little bit of time here. Going to take about a 5-minute break or so. And I'll try to keep it relatively short. And then I will get back and we will continue on with the show. This way I can save my voice. And that is important today. So hopefully that'll work. And apparently it's starting to snow here. Go figure. All right. And did I say hi to Grandma B? I see you in here. Welcome. And Thor also made it in. Yep, I look better too, Thor. Seriously. Oh, it's a story and I'm sticking to it, okay? Anyway, I'm going to take that little bit of a break. Don't go away. I'll throw a music on for you, and then I'll be back in about 5 minutes. So a shorter break. We'll see what we can do. Don't go away. And hit that like button if you haven't done that yet. That would really be awesome. And subscribe if you're liking the show so far. Thanks. I'll be back. Okay, I've got the microphone back on, and we're not going to play the other tune right now, and we'll kind of wait for that one for our next break. So, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and not much gas in that lava. Nope, not that much. Actually, that was something I was going to mention as well, Sue, and thanks for reminding me. Yeah, it's fairly low in SO2 gas emissions, which is really nice. Welcome back, Sneaky, Dr. Fox, Sneaky. Thank you, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Kevin and John, and I see Perfectability 999. Brian is here. And, yep, I'm a Sneaky. Damn, I was ready for it. For it will come, but not right now. And I'm trying to do something, yeah, Sly Fox. A little bit different there, just taking shorter breaks. And I don't want to bore you to death with that song, playing it too many times. So we will... do what we can to appease the gods, if you know what I'm saying. So, I'm looking for a piece of paper to write on. Why have I got no list here? Darn it. I don't know where my yesterday's paper went. I guess I gotta start a new one. Thank you, Kevin Haynes, for throwing that free membership out there. Kevin Haynes, just writing that down. And gifted one membership, and we'll see who gets that one. That'll be awesome. Anyway, so let's carry on with our show. And we kind of looked at this already. Wow, super sneaky, Dr. Fox 2000. Thank you, Peggy, for that wonderful super chat. That is awesome, Peggy. And thank you for... that's a £2 super chat. Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. And awesome. Piggy, okay, I've never been called perfect before. Ray, I think that was referring to perfect from Perfectability 999, that is, which is Brian. But that's okay. Everyone is perfect. Oh, lots of fun. Anyway, let's go around a little bit and see what we've got in other places. And let's get over to Iceland and see what's happening there. So, and by the way, I had to redo my computer here since I did the... I had to do an update on the browser windows, of course, and everything is messed up again. So it does take a little bit to get around and figure out where the heck everything went. And we'll go back about 9 hours and see what it looks like there. But that was the city of Reykjavik, and that is what it looked like during the daytime at about 3:20 in the afternoon. And that didn't look too bad. It looks actually very nice there. And lots of snow still happening up on top of the mountains. And of course down on the ground it hasn't warmed up enough to melt everything. So it is looking very pristine, and some nice clear skies. Yeah, it is actually very nice looking. And you know, nice place to visit. And it is actually very nice. Let's put it back to live. Go to the other one, and we'll go back about 9 hours as well. And by the way, that big beam of light that you see going around, that is the Don't Hit Me light on top of the Perlin Center, which these two cameras happen to be at. And that's basically letting the people at the airport there's your regional airport with the runways. It's letting them know, hey, don't fly into me. Anyway, that looks like not a bad shot too. Actually, it does look like the sun might be getting a little bit higher in the sky than it has been. And that is nice. Their days are getting a lot longer. Looks around, what? Looking for a candidate. What happened? Who's candidate? Imperfect. Oh, okay. Anyway, let's continue on. We're going to leave that be. Me. What? Candidate for what? All right. I'm trying to figure that out. Anyway, I backed this one up for, well, actually, that's about 9.5 hours. But that is pretty awesome. And looking at over here, you can see Katla. And of course, Katla is snow covered. And that area, of course, looks like the rain that they may have had there didn't take all the snow away. But it definitely looks pretty surreal there. Don't matter, Doc, just someone for me to bite. Oh, for you to bite. Oh, well, John volunteered. Bite him in the leg. He'll be okay with that, I think. Let's back that up a little bit more. We'll see what it looks like a little earlier with a little bit more sunshine. And there you go. So that really does look pretty nice. And nice sun beating down on that, so pretty cool. Did you get my picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger? Made it, what? It, oh, I'll have to take a look and see. I may have missed it, but we'll see. I was doing a bunch of other things today as well, so Trev, if I'll take a look in the next break if I can. Oh boy, you better get him a Band-Aid or something. What? John Raper, Henry Nelson can run and hide, but Piggy will find him. Yeah. Yep. But especially with Pepper pointing the way. Yeah, Pepper is good at that. Very good at that. What's the matter, Wonky Donkey? What happened? Anyway, let's leave that alone. Kind of weird clouds earlier, though. This is kind of ripply skies there, and this is actually about 13.5 hours ago. So that looked pretty cool, and they're allowing us to go back a little further today in this one. I can go back to about 16 hours worth, which is really neat. But anyway, looks pretty awesome, and we like that. So let's put that back to live. There's what the darkness looks like. And we'll switch it over to the other one. This, of course, this camera is on the Reykjanes Peninsula. We can see the towers here. That's the 2 radio towers for the Navy. And, of course, the lights of Grindavik. And then the glow in the background here for Reykjavik, as well as the thermal power plant right there that is using some of the steam coming from the steam geysers. We'll back that up about 9 hours so you can take a look at what it looks like during the day. And that looks pretty awesome. We do see some car traffic down there, as well as the steam geyser here doing its thing. This one over here pumping out some as well. And that one over there that they tapped into is feeding the power plant, and that's right in there. So pretty awesome looking, and I don't know if we can go back too far on that one. It'll allow us to go about 11 hours or 12 hours, but won't go beyond that. So pretty cool looking though, and we do like that. That is a very nice shot, and we can see that there's a couple of cars parked there, possibly some pedestrians out walking around. Looks like there may be some movement right there, and very cool to see. Anyway, let's leave that be. Let's go over. I'm going to put it back onto live, and we'll go over to our. Yeah, my voice does need a break. Let's just finish this here, and we'll take a break in 5 minutes. And I can hear it too, Piggy, definitely. Let's, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get to the chart. And let's do a quick peek here. And as we can see, we do have some quakes in here, fairly a good sized one. We'll take a look at where that is. That should be about 4 o'clock in the morning. We do see that the area spiked up and dropped back down, and it is doing its thing. So let's compare that to the Grindvik one. And she's polishing your snout. I hate that. Yeah. Quick peek at Grimsey while we're looking. Grimsey dropped way down, staying quiet. That's probably a good thing. And here's the Grindvik one. And that is a pretty good indicator that wherever that quake was, it wasn't on the southwest side of Fagradalfjall, but rather maybe there at Fagradalfjall or the southeast side, northeast side. Anyway, we see it kind of sitting there. So the other one we want to take a look at is Kristevik, and we'll take a quick peek. And after that, I'm going to take another little bit of a break and save my voice. And there we can see that spike. So it's possibly over at Kristevik, and we can see that also drop back down. So whatever was happening to the entire area, and very prominent looking at that. So we'll take a look at the earthquakes afterwards. There aren't that many. There was 32 of them. And let's put you back onto some live lava in Hawaii. And there we go. So for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Give it a quick bump. Or if you're sitting on the sidelines, please consider subscribing. That would be really, really awesome. And we've got 2 bunnies eating right now. On that note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. Got me. Okay, and I turned that microphone back on, sneaking back in. And welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. So I took my little shorter break there, so we are good and ready to go again for another 15 minutes or so. And then we'll take another break. So that is just to do the voice some good. And thank you for the welcome backs from John and Scott and Sophie. And yeah, again, no music, but you will get it on the next break, Thor. I guarantee it. And thank you, Piggy. You're hiding. Don't be biting people anymore. And thanks, Kevin and Sasha and Hermione and Fluffy and Full Circle and Canon Ask His Country and Thor and everyone else. So that is awesome. Okay, Ray was asking a question. What are we looking at here? This is the Helima Umau crater, or Kilauea's crater. That we are seeing on the screen, and of course what that is the where the lava is erupting at the present moment. Just to give you a better idea, let me do this and show you as soon as I can find the darn thing. There it is. That this will give you a better idea of what we're looking at. The area over here. This is what we're looking at, and that is pretty good. So right there is the bubbling lava, and we are kind of zoomed into that area, or that's where their camera is zoomed into. It used to be, we used to have all the lava here in the lava pond, but it is now over there, and that is what we've got. Oh, where's the pointer? Hang on. I had the pointer working. Oh, I know what I did. I turned it off because I didn't want it. There we go. Okay, so right there. Sorry. Thanks for pointing that out. And yeah, right there. That's the bubbling lava over there. And of course, that's our old lava pond. And it's now coming out over on that side. There are also some hot spots right in here. And that has a little bit of a kind of a border around it as well. And if we look at it from this view, you can kind of see from the thermal, that'll tell you where that is in the background there. So hopefully that is okay. And that'll let you know what we're looking at. So let's put it back onto that one. And pretty cool. Hands Dr. Fox back is pointing. Thanks, Piggy. I was wondering where that went. And what were you doing with it anyway? Were you planning on poking a wonky donkey again? I mean, you already bit the poor guy. So anyway, let's go take a look at the earthquakes in Iceland. And we'll see what we've got going on there. And now that I got my pointer back, while I was on a break, it disappeared on me, right? There we go, and there we are. So last 24 hours, 32 earthquakes. No poking at the donkey. Yep. And that's mean. That's mean. Anyway, let's zoom in here. Let's actually look at the latest earthquake that came in, and that is a 1.8, 8.3 kilometers down, 46 minutes after the new midnight, which is apparently about, well, 46 minutes ago. No, 48 minutes ago, something like that. But that is what we're seeing there. It is out a little ways. It, like I say, it was 8.3 clicks down. There's another one right underneath it, another 1.8, 9 kilometers down, also from the same time. So they had 2 quakes there in that same spot. Or hang on, or is it? Yep, that's exactly what we've got. And then we've got a 0.7 here, 6.4 kilometers down from 1651. Then we have this 0.3, 2.6 kilometers down. And I'm not sure if that's off. Yeah, that is offshore, just a little, 29 minutes after midnight for him. And for those people who aren't familiar with it, this is the Reykjanes Peninsula. And of course, there we can see Keflavik Airport, Keflavik, Reykjanesbær, Jardvik. And of course, there is Grindavik. And those two towers that we've seen are located in this spot here. And of course, this is where the famous Blue Lagoon is, and the power plant right there beside it. And let's go over to our Fagradalfjall area. You can see the outline here. That, of course, is for Fagradalfjall. This is what they're calling that. This is Ragnar's location. And of course, that is Siggy Fisher. And that is all good. Oh, see, now Piggy's being nice to that wonky donkey. Very nice. Handing him a carrot is really nice. There we go. 5:36 a.m. we had a 0.24, 3.7 kilometers down for that guy. And here's likely the bigger culprit. 3:16 a.m. That was a 2.77, and that showed up on our charts, and that is likely what we've seen there. 6.5 kilometers down. We also had this guy, 3:16, same time, and 2 a.m., 6.9 kilometers down for that one. Then we also had a 1.38, 5.1 kilometers down from 3:16. They all seem to happen at the same time. Then we had a 1.1, same time again, 5.8 kilometers down. Then this one from 507, 0.68 in magnitude, 5 kilometers down. Then this one, 0.23, 6.4 kilometers down, 4:37 a.m. And then this one from 6:40 in the morning, 0.71, 6.8 kilometers down. And then this 0.44, 7.2 kilometers down. And that was from 3:26 this morning. Sliding over a little bit more, we do see a newer, fresh from 2312, a 0.7, 6.4 kilometers down, and sliding over a bit more, a 0.91, 7.2 kilometers down, 5:19 a.m., a 0.41, 7.4 kilometers down from 9:24 a.m. Then over here in the Katla region, we do see from 5:35 a.m. 1.3, 5.2 kilometers down, and the ones that are closer to Katla are these guys here from 3:19 this morning, 1.47 and 135 meters down, surface quake. This one here, 4:20 a.m., 1.21 and 26, that'd be 260 meters down. And that's not quite surface, but close. This one here from 2138, 0.7, and that is 1.1 kilometers down. This, of course, is a Katla, and that is the caldera for Katla right there. That's a very large caldera. Sliding up a little bit more, let's grab these other ones. We do see this one over here at Grimsvatn. 4 a.m., 1.26, 3.6 kilometers down. Then we have this one here, 1.1 and 9.5 kilometers down, 8:25 in the morning. And over at Bardabunga, we've got a 1.82, 4.1 kilometers down, 4:38 this morning. Sliding over a little bit more, we don't see anything at Astja at all. We do have 3 little ones here just north of Herdebride, and this is 2:53 a.m., 0.42, 4.6 kilometers down, 0.5 from 9.2 kilometers down, 3:42 as well, and another 3:42, 0.4, and that is 15.5 kilometers down for that one. And let's slide up a little bit more and look at, this is the island of Grimsey up here. And we will take a look at these guys. We got this 1, and that is 11.3 kilometers down, 10:19 a.m. For him. Then we've got a 1.4 that's a little fresher, 1856, and that is 1.4 in magnitude, 5.3 clicks down. This is from 2:42 a.m., 1.35, 9.3 kilometers down for him. A little closer to Grimsey, we do have this one, 1.2, 11.8 kilometers down, 6:50 a.m. 3:21 a.m. we had a 0.91, 15.4 kilometers down. That's quite deep. And then we had this 0.73, 1.6 clicks down, and that was a 1:32 a.m. for him. Then a 1.4, 7.3 kilometers down from 9:57. And we also had from 1533 a 1.28 and 9.72 kilometers down. And of course, that is the island of Grimsey right there. So pretty cool. And that is it for quakes. We don't see those other ones out in the far distances anywhere. Nothing else around it. So that is pretty good. No donkey poking, I told you. Pokes Henry with the pointer. Oh my God. You, piggy, calm down. Oh, I'm gonna have to take that pointer away from you just because I'm using the hand right now. Anyway, all right, let's leave that there. And let's go over to our wonderful Azores really quick. We'll do that, and then we'll go take another break, and then after the break we will come back and do our bacon seeds, of course. So anyway, this is the harbor area here, and we are on the island of St. George, and we can see right there is one of the small towns that's there. So harbor towns, you can barely see the lights today of Pico Island, and that is about 18 kilometers away. There's water in between, of course. And let's see, the other shot here that we normally look at is the little bay here. And what we look for is whitewater to see how rough the ocean is. And we do see a little bit of whitewater down there, nothing too serious. We got it before the midnight hour, so our carriage hasn't turned into a pumpkin as of yet. The moon that we were just seeing has gone hiding behind that cloud, so we don't see it anymore. But that's okay. We'll let that moon stay there. Anyway, this is the island of St. George, and as you can see, Pico Island here, the distance in between about 18 kilometers. And what we are looking for is, what did we have for quakes today? Only the one, and it's a 2.1 from 10:22 a.m. And this map, of course, is only for St. George. Let's go over to the other map, and we will take a look. What happened to the other map? There it is. It's there. Let's refresh it and see what we've got. We do have some other quakes in the area, but all right, so we see the one at St. George right there. We don't see any on Pico or Fayal Island or Terceira, but down here below Miguel Island, we do see this one, San Miguel, and that is a 2.2 surface quake, happened at 1736. And then we've got this guy here 13 hours ago, or 2.2, and that is 3.1 miles down, or 5 kilometers, and that came in at 11:43. And then we've got this one here at 2.0, and that again is a surface quake, and that was 20 minutes after midnight, and that is a brand new fresh quake on the 12th. So that is in the future for me, and that is what we've got there, just to kind of give you an idea where we're at. There's Iceland there. There's the mid-Atlantic ridge going all the way down. And of course, this is the East Azores fault. And that's the Azores, the islands. And of course, Spain and Portugal. And you got Newfoundland and Nova Scotia and New York over here somewhere. Florida down here, if you like that place. And I know Henry does. He was stuck there. It was brutal. He was stuck. He couldn't go home and shovel snow or anything. It was really, really sad for him. Oh, never mind. I don't know. Is Henry still here? Yeah, he's chomping on his fingers. And stop being naughty. I'm not being naughty. You were a Snout Bob, Dr. Fox, a break time noodle. All right. Oh, fine, be that way. I'm going to take a break then. Let me put this back where it belongs. And let's put the lava back on here. By the way, keep your eyes open. I've seen that drone fly by a couple of times already, and I'm thinking somebody's going to get their knuckles slapped for flying a drone there in the park. But anyway, for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting the like. Also, if you're enjoying the show, please do, subscribe if you haven't done that yet. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, and I will be back in about 5 or 6 or so minutes, and we'll do our wonderful bacon seeds after we get back from the break. And for those who need to know, there is one bunny eating. Anyway, I'll throw some music on, keep smiling, and we'll see you when I get back. And I promise I will play that other tune, okay? My entry song. Anyway, don't go away, I'll be back. Thanks. Before Piggy does something naughty. She'll never find it there. And the microphone is back on. I see the chat has gone completely downhill. Thank you for the welcome backs from Scott and Sue and Thor and Sasha and Fluffy and Hermione and Sophie and Dave is smiling away. Okay, yeah, you got to be good now. Thanks, KC, and we got Hermione. Okay, and Wonky Donkey as well. Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Anyway, it is a bacon seed time, so let's go have a look and see if I even loaded the bacon seeds. I think I may have boo-booed. Hang on, give me a minute here. I do have them loaded, but I forgot to do something, so we'll fix that before we go over there. Dad is back in the room. Yeah, Tom, that's it. You crack the whip there. Straighten them all out and make sure that they don't misbehave the way they've been doing. And that is all good. Anyway, what a grand feast of vegans. Wow, Irish Monk, that is an awesome super chat. And thank you very kindly for that. Let me get that written down. Irish Monk. And thank you very kindly, Irish Monk. I appreciate that. A wonderful support. And that is an awesome super chat. You are a fantastic guy. Thank you very kindly. I appreciate that. Okay, let's get back to our bacon seeds, and we'll do our thing here. So, of course, that was the last one from yesterday, and we'll take a quick look and see what Piggy sent us today. And there she is, sending them again. And here's the first one, a little cute little guy. A little one. This is indeed a little brownish looking bacon seed. This is a light chocolate one, and I bet you he tastes good. I mean, it's cute. It's all good. I'm kidding. He won't taste good. A little ginger. Yep, that is pretty awesome. And the next one is this one. Oh, and this one they're a little bigger, and of course they're letting us know what we just said was bad, and so yep, there we go, and that is pretty cool. And look at the of course the one sticking his tongue out, the other one is smirking about it, and love that plus attitude. Yep. And the smirk on the other one is kind of funny as well. So it really does look like they are giving attitude. Anyway, next ones are quiet. They're sleeping. And three little piggies went to the market and decided they better get a nap. So off gassing? No, maybe. Irish Monk, would you prep them with a Worcester sauce? Oh boy. Oh, we're talking vegans? Cloves. Oh, vegans, honey glazed vegans. Okay, how about we get some more sleep? Look at these guys. They're snoozing away. They forgot to wash their snouts before they went to bed. Dirty snout boppers. You're supposed to wash your snouts and your ears, behind your ears, before you go to bed. Those bad little piggies. And that is pretty awesome. And of course, let's take a look and see what we've got on our next bacon seed batch here, or whatever they are. And that is this little guy. He looks like he's about to take off. And definitely not suffering from malnutrition. Very nice to see all these little bacon seeds that are so really plump, yeah, ready to go. Long pig tosses well with, or tastes well with a pineapple. Okay, well these are short pigs, so you can't have them Holstein piggy. Possibly, Sasha. I would I'd definitely consider putting him in that category. Next one is this guy, and this is a water pig, and he likes trucking through the water, looking pretty awesome, and that is pretty neat, and having a little fun in the puddles, I think, which is really cool. Ready to meet the world. Yep. Water pig. Yeah, they surprisingly, pigs do like water. They like mud, they like water, they like all kinds of different things, and they'll eat pretty much anything. So very cool. And welcome, Echo. I'm glad to have you on board. And this guy is just plumb tuckered out. He's had a hard day, so he's having a little bit of a rest. He can't find, he's having a hard time. He was trying to dig up some roots and stuff, but all that stonework he's on just doesn't work. So he's having a hard time. He's given up. But that is our last bacon seed for today. And thank you very much, Piggy, for sending those in as usual. We really do appreciate you doing that. And that is what we got. So, yep, a tough to root in the cobblestones. Yep, looks like me today. Echo, are you having a rough day? Enough is enough. Yep, and away we go. Let's go to our next little thing here, and let's have a look at Popocatépetl and see if we can make any heads or tails out of what's going on there. Let's see if we can improve that just a tad. There we go. And that is Popocatépetl, and look, we've got glow happening. That is pretty awesome, and I love seeing that. And that is really quite cool, and we do enjoy seeing the fire in the hole, if you will. But it wasn't there earlier, or was it? We couldn't tell. It was fairly cloudy, and that was about 20 minutes ago. Too much cloud, but I don't know. Maybe it was lighting it up. Let's go back a little bit further here and see, and it looks like it did kind of erupt a while back, and that was at 1818 or 6:18 in the evening, and we were just looking at what the remnants of that were. Last pig. Oh, I just got that. All right, we're gonna have to take a look at that. Just got a special email here, and we'll maybe save that one for the next break array. Never mind. Irish monk. Okay, we'll be good with that, and we'll see what we can do. Anyway, so Popocatépetl, of course, continuing to do its thing, and as we scan through, we know it was a lot of cloud stuff going on today there again, so visibility was a little bit harder, and then we get a little further into the morning hours. We do see it was fairly clear up top, but we can not see too much eruptive activity, just some off-gassing at the time. If we go back a little bit further, I'm trying to get all the way to the wee hours, our golden time. It continued to off-gas like that. So it's been pretty steady as far as what we are seeing, and that is pretty cool. But not really giving us, the biggest eruptions as of yet. And let's see if we can get to the start of that. That would be right around here. And that was at 7:02 a.m. And you can definitely see the ash plumes coming out. So pretty cool, pretty awesome. And I'm hoping that we are going to see some lava come out of there one of these days. And by the way, just so you guys know, these cameras here, a webcam de Mexico, that is actually run by the Mexican government, and it is pretty cool. It's their touristy thing. So the copyright claim that I had on that one stream I did a couple of days back. Of course, I brought that to light because it was a third party that tried to claim the video as their own. They withdrew their attempted claim, which I thought was kind of neat. So they couldn't get very far with it. But anyway, that is what we are seeing there at Popocatépetl, which is pretty cool. Putting that back to live. And Grandma B says, heading to the lounge, fold my laundry. Okay, good to hear, Dr. Fox. Thank you, and I'm glad to be here doing my thing. Anyway, there we've gone over to Fuego in Guatemala. And Fuego has been not quite as busy as it used to be. If we take a look at some of the earlier stuff, we see the smaller eruptions coming out of there. I was just trying to find something bigger coming out of there, and I think we did have one here in the clouds though, but unfortunately it wasn't very observable prior to this evening, so it was kind of a hit and miss affair if we go back in time. Actually, really early, there was nothing. So, pardon me. Anyway, that is kind of what we are up against with looking and observing what we're seeing from Fuego. So there we go. That is kind of what it is like. But this is what it looks like right now in the dark. Cloudy, no moonlight hitting it yet. We see the occasional lightning in the background, and we do see some lights flashing here on the hill. It looks like they've got some people sneaking up on the volcano, trying to get a shot of an eruption, perhaps. So I hope they don't get rained on, because that would really be not so good for them up there. And the other volcano that we have on our list, of course, is this one, and that is Momotombo, and that is a little further south in Nicaragua, and that is what it looked like about 11 o'clock today, their time, 11 a.m. So pretty cool, and if we refresh it to see now, of course, it's in the dark, so we're not able to see that. So hey, Dr. Fox, is it true that Etna lava contains is a mile high last what? The Etna has a lava fountains a mile high last year? No. I don't know about a mile high. I don't think so. First off, you got to consider Etna is actually a very tall volcano. Yes, Piggy. I'm going to do a break right away. You got to understand, Etna is very big to begin with. Okay, this lava that we see coming out on the screen right there, I'm going to try to find myself here. What we see here, that's already at the 2,800 meter mark. Okay, at 2,800 meters, is 2 kilometers, just about 3 kilometers up. So that's already at just about 2 miles up. Okay, just so you can see that. If we go back in time here, let's see if it'll look better. Let's see if we can find something. I know they were out of focus earlier. Okay, so the total height here, I can't remember the exact height of this thing. I'm going to have to maybe take a look at it. But that is 2,800 meters. So if you add the rest of this, that is mile high. I think it was possibly by a GeoHub bot. Oh, well, so you know the whole volcano is about 3 miles in height. All right, if it's 1,800 feet, or sorry, 18,000 feet, or 15,000 feet, I can't remember the height. I'll have to bring that up. But if it was spewing out, I don't know if it would have been that going that high. That's a cool 3 miles high. Yeah, it is a very tall. But if it did do that, I don't know if it was going up that high, but I know it was certainly going up quite a distance. You know, you were seeing possibly a 500 meter plumes, and 500 meters is half a kilometer, and that is just about, well, a little more than a third of a mile up from the top of it. So it's kind of still, yeah, it's a very large eruption, but it could be going up that high. There may have been stuff, I didn't witness it, so I can't say for sure, but it is really a massive. Anyway, Thor threw in a super chat there. Thank you, Thor, for the 50 Danish kroners there, and that is awesome. And yes, it is a time for me to take another break. And good night, Judy. Take care, and we will take a break here. I got to take a break, and voice is starting to go, as you can probably hear. So I'm going to put you back over here and let you watch the live lava flow from our Kilauea. And notice we are starting to see more lava out front here as well. So it is producing some good stuff. And anyway, don't go away. Going to take that break. I'll be back in a little bit. And hit that like button if you haven't done it already. Also, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet and you feel that we're all good, please consider subscribing. That would be awesome. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back in about 6 or 7 minutes or something like that. Don't go away. Thanks. go. I've got that microphone back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Thor. And hey, Sharon Stewart made it in. Welcome. And Sue, thanks. Kevin and Hermione. And Gabby and Wonky Donkey and Kananaska's country, and yes, Piggy, if you're still listening, good night, sweet dreams, and have a wonderful night there. I know it's late, so I get some rest. And thank you, Sharon, that you can hear me. And I'll try not to make too many weird noises here, but I am going to kind of make sure that I take a break at the right kind of time, because I noticed that the last jaunt here I went about 30 minutes and it was too long. My voice started to crack. So anyway, we did go through what we were looking at there at Popocatépetl, so let's carry on with going around the world looking at some of the other ones. This one, of course, is Merapi, and this is Merapi, not Marapi. So Merapi and Marapi are two different volcanoes, and this is Merapi, which is in central Java, in Indonesia, and of course it is difficult to see it. And if we go back a little bit, though, we can kind of sort of see a little bit of activity there with the clouds going by, but nothing really spectacular. If we go back a little bit further, there we go, back into the nighttime hours. We can see that there is some smoke coming off of the top of the crater. And of course, the thermal image showing a little bit of light area up there. I don't know if that is in fact lava coming out. And that is pretty cool. Yep, two different volcanoes, Sasha. Merapi is the one we're looking at now, that the M-E-R-A, Merapi. Anyway, that is what we're looking at. It's Central Java. It's not doing a heck of a lot, but if we go back a little bit further, we do see it was continually smoking and doing its thing. So it does what it does, and it does it fairly well, but no lava from it right now. And that is kind of what we had there on the go. So we'll leave that guy be. I'm going to put that back on live. And let's go over to New Zealand for a second. And this is Mount Ruapehu. And unfortunately, it's been in the clouds all day. I checked earlier, and there was just zero visibility. And there was just nothing to be able to see. It's back there somewhere, and the clouds just wouldn't give us a break. So this is going back a little further, and 9:30 or 10 a.m. roughly. If we go a little further back, 9 o'clock, and just no visibility at all. So mad names like Bardabunga, Bardabunga and Bardabunga. 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 Yeah, it's hard. Irish, that just is, it's difficult, no matter what we do. Anyway, let's put that back on live. That's very cloudy, very rainy there in that part of New Zealand. Let's take a look at the other one here. And Taupo, we'll look at the chart first. I'm going to refresh it, and we'll see what we've got on that chart. And looking at today's activity, very diminished compared to yesterday. So pretty easy going and pretty quiet, and nothing major going on there at Taupo. And Taupo is also pronounced in different ways: Taupur, Taupo, Taupau. And anyway, There's what it looks like, the caldera, and of course that is the lake. The lake is the caldera of Taupo, and our other friend is back here, and that is Ruapehu behind these mountains out front here. So that is pretty cool. Merapi and Marapi meet up, and what are they going to do when they get married? That's going to be really weird. What are they going to call it? The Marapis? The Marapis? Okay, never mind. Bad humor. Okay, all right. Let's go over to the other one. And Kevin Haynes saying thank you and Dr. Fox and the mods for the stream. Leaving early tonight. Good night, all. Take care and good night. And be good there, Kevin Haynes. And hopefully you'll have an enjoyable evening. Anyway, this wasn't on too long here. We did have a little bit of lava that we were watching earlier. They were on that zoomed out shot. So you do see a little bit of lava at 317 or 315 is what I actually had written down. And it wasn't anything too overly exciting. So it's continuing to do what it was doing, but this one here was at 349, a little bit more lava in that one. But again, it wasn't any really major flows or anything like that. As we watched the bacon going down the hill, so it kind of all seemed to sit up and stay up there in the top area, so that is okay. And that is kind of what we've seen there. If we go back a little bit further, I think right around here, this is about 6 hours ago, and that is what it was looking like then. Not a bad visibility, but not zoomed in on the caldera like they were in the other shots. Still, we can see it, and that is pretty cool. And we do see some of the smoke off-gassing, as well as you can see the lava up top there. So pretty cool. Let's see if we can find a spot where it actually popped a little bit. I don't think there were many, and hang on here. Yeah, I don't think we really seen too much activity. It was very minor little burps. If you know, this is what was it? That is already back to 9:25 the previous evening. So that is what we were seeing there, and of course they're in the future. So this is the 11th. Anyway, that is what we seen from those. Now, we were talking about Marapi versus Merapi, and let's go take a look at this picture, and of course that is from Marapi, and that is M-A-R-A-P-I, Marapi, and that is quite a bit of material being blown out. This picture was from 9:53 a.m. on the 11th, and that is pretty heavy duty as far as I'm concerned, and that is pretty cool. So yep, that is quite a bit of material being thrown out all in one shot. Now, it is a fairly close-up shot, so it does make it look like it's bigger, but I'm not very good at judging a size when we see that. I don't have any reference points, no trees, no anything to judge by, but you know, maybe we can get a little human in here would be better, but that is what we were seeing there. I don't know if there were any other good images there. No, these ones are different stuff. Ararat volcano, that is pretty cool. I knew that was in there, but that is what this one is. So we'll leave that be. Anyway, that is Marapi, M-A-R-A-P-I, Marapi, and that is from the morning of the 11th, since they are in the future. The other volcano of interest is this one, and that is Carinci. And Carinci is, of course, doing its thing as well. And this one was from 6:20 a.m. on the 11th. And you can see it, too, was throwing out some wonderful plumes of ash and stuff like that. So definitely doing its thing. And that one, I do believe, is on Sumatra as well. Marapi and Carinci are both on Sumatra, the other island, whereas Merapi and Semeru are on Java. And Krakatau was right in between the two of them. All right, just so we have that clear as mud. And did they have any other good pictures here? I don't know. This is some other Papadayan volcano. I don't know. That is interesting. Looks like a lot of sulfur in there. What else they got for pictures? Oh, and that is neat. Namuka. That is a nice little island. How would you like to get stuck on that? A little desert island. I can just envision Gilligan and the rest of them being there. Anyway, that's it. What? No, Namuka. 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 And I want mine. Anyway, that is all cool. And of course, there's some weird stuff that I don't know what it is. Surasits and dolomite. Pretty cool. Anyway, let's leave that be, and let's carry on with the show. So that is pretty cool from our Semeru, from our Indonesian areas. And thank you, Sue, for sending those two in. And we've got that one going back to where it should be, live. And let's go over to our next one. And hey, the ice cream boat is in for all those who need to go get ice cream. We can see it down here. And of course, this is in Japan, and that is Sakurajima. Sakurajima has been pretty easy going and not too rough in the last little while. So yeah, run down, get an ice cream. You go down the road here, and I'm having a hard time seeing the road right now. There it is. You go down here, and at the lights down there, you hang a left and go out to the dock. They've got their stand set up, and there's the antenna on the boat. You can see it. So that is the ice cream boat. Anyway, that's all good. Let's take a look at the other ones. And this, of course, is the closer up shot. Looks pretty awesome. Eek Fluffy came in with a hail in his fur. Hope he didn't get too damaged. And anyway, let's go back a few hours here to see where the birds are flying, and they should be somewhere around here, 7 a.m.-ish. I don't see the birds. Must be, oh, well, there's one there. Another, no, that's spots on my screen. Never mind. The birds are late. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there was a storm coming. Oh, no, there they are. We can see some birds. They were out early or something, and that is, looks like they're coming back, though. Anyway, that is what we were seeing earlier there. And if we go back into the nighttime shots, and we look, we do have some moonlight hitting that, so it's hard to tell, but there was definitely a glow. And this shot actually does show fairly well. There's a glow inside that crater. You can see that reddish glow to it. The moonlight, of course, is lighting it up, but we do see that reddish glow in there. Still nothing really popping out. I didn't see any major eruptions. It's just basically off-gassing for the most part, and boiling some lava down in the bottom of the caldera. And that is kind of it. And here again, the moonlight is so bright, but it does look like there's a little bit of a red tinge right on the edge here. And it is pretty neat to see that. Let's put that back to live. That was from 2 a.m. roughly. We will go to here. That is the close-up shot of that caldera. And the crater rim, of course. That is pretty nice to be able to see it in clear daylight. And yeah, looked pretty awesome. And if we go back into the middle of the night and have a look at that, that's about 7 hours ago we want to peek at and see if we can now see some of that glow. And unfortunately we don't see it. Well, maybe a little bit right in here, a little bit of that reddish tinge. So that is pretty cool. And I thought that we had a little bit more, I think, in one of these other shots where we've seen a little bit more red in there. But yeah, I don't know. It's kind of hit and miss to be able to say it's actually got a bunch of lava in it. But nothing came out nonetheless, and that is what we've got. So if we sharpen that up a little bit, there we go. That should do it. Maybe. Come on. You can do it. Doesn't want to do it. What about if we go back just a little bit? There we go. There, that's a 1080p. Anyway, that's what it's looking like, and that is a pretty cool. And no boats. Oh, most of these boats are out. Oh, hang on, they got commercials. We don't want to do that. Let's go over here. Yeah, most of those boats were out fishing and stuff, so pretty cool that way. Let's go over to the other one. This one, of course, is Suwanosi-jima, and that is on an island further south. It is also Japanese, and we didn't see a heck of a lot from it either. This again, 8:22 in the morning. It's not off gassing or doing anything. It's pretty quiet. This gets us 5:42 a.m. into the night, very quiet. And of course, when we back up a little bit more, 3:29 a.m. looks just as bright as 5:29, and that, of course, is because the moonlight is lighting it up really, really well. And this is 2:17 in the morning, and nothing coming out. So we'll leave that guy be. And one more volcano, and that is, of course, Mount Fuji. And there you go. And that wraps up Japan for today. And it is a break time. Only one other place left that we want to go real quick. And that is there. We've already done Hawaii, so we don't need to worry about that. What we'll do is when we come back from the break, we will take a look at earthquakes, and then we'll carry on with our weather stuff. So there is, of course, that is a Yellowstone National Park. And yeah, I did watch. They did have a little bit of snow and stuff there today, but all cool. So looks pretty awesome. Anyway, I'm going to put you back over to Kilauea for right now. And we can let you watch that during the break earlier on. There were no boats. Oh, okay. They were all out fishing, maybe? I have no idea. We'll see what the weather was like there, Sue. Maybe it's because the weather was bad and they put them all into the other harbor around the back behind Sakurajima to keep them safe. And that's what they usually end up doing. Anyway, let's leave it on here for right now. I'm going to throw the music back on. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, but you're enjoying the show, please go ahead and give it a quick bop and help us out. We are trying to get it over 100. That would really, really be nice. And hey, C&D boy, nice to see you there. And Piggy went to sleep, just so you know. And okay, I'm going to go take that break because I hear my voice is starting to go. I'll be back in about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes or something like that. Don't go away. Thanks. Okay, microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Hey, Sue, I did see the one from Ibico. I forgot to show that one yesterday, but you had sent the three yesterday. One was for Ibico. The other one was... hang on, let me make sure of that. Ibico, Marapi, and Kilauea. I didn't get one for Shivelish yesterday, but that's okay. Let's not worry about that one. But we are going to talk about the other new one real quick. But let's talk about Ibico for a minute. Let's hang on. Why is that screen not working? Oh, that shouldn't be on there either. Hang on. Let's turn that on. My software did us in. Let's give us a background here for a second. I gotta remove something. And I guess during my reboot I didn't fix this particular scene up. So let me give it a quick shot. And we'll set this up so we can see it. And this, of course, is from volcanodiscovery.com, and we'll give you a quick lowdown on what we're seeing here. Oh, I did that wrong. That wasn't going to work. Anyway, yeah, that is not quite right, because we're going to cut off. No, we won't cut the picture off. Anyway, that was Ibico volcano January 9th, and we missed putting that one up. So thank you for the welcome backs from Sue in Kananaskis country, and Sasha and Thor. Appreciate that, you guys. And yeah, that was Ibico, just south of the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is pretty cool to see it erupting. And that is all cool. And yep, I don't think that was the other picture. And that gives us back to this one, and Namuka. So let's leave that alone. And that was a pretty decent size puff coming out of there, with let's see, ash plumes with an average altitude of 10,000 feet or 300 meters, so quite high. And thanks Sharon Stewart, and I thought it was kind of interesting. But let's go over to the other one that I thought was very cool, and let's take a look at this. Darn it, I'm gonna have to recapture that. That didn't work very well. Let's do that. Just a second here. And remember that 7, well, I don't recall it being a 7.5, but I thought it was a bigger quake, or the smaller quake. There was a 7.0. I don't know, everybody kind of has their own values to them, depending on who you talk to. On the 9th, okay, this is on the 11th, so that's 2 days ago. Okay, and that... I missed that. Must have been still because I was quite sick yet, and didn't realize. So sorry, Sue. But we'll leave that be. I don't want to add it to tonight's show. It's already going to be too long. So, but this is an interesting phenomena here that we are looking at. I want to get rid of the background here for a second. And that one as well. Let's get rid of that picture there. So get this centered, and that'd be right about there. So the as it says here, the response from Bryn research regarding the phenomena of the new island in Tanimar, and that is Maluku, due to the earthquake fracture. And they actually have a brand new island there. So for those who are looking for real estate, you could have your own little island, and that would be pretty cool. I don't know exactly what all they had written here, but anyway, researchers from this guys anyway said the new island phenomena in the village. Okay, yeah, they're giving all kinds of directions as to where it is. After the earthquake with the magnitude of 7.5 shook Maluku, and due to the earthquake fracture, the formation of the new island occurs in geological terms is called a fault. Yep. Where the lifting process of the land subsidence occurs due to the mechanical or mechanism of our earthquake cycle. Yeah, cool. So anyway, yeah, that is pretty neat to see that, and basically a new island. What do you want to call it? Sue's Island or Hayes Island? Something, I don't know. New island is always cool, but now, though, be forewarned before you go purchasing that land. That island could disappear just as quick as it appeared. The next quake could drop it down again. So that is something to bear in mind. And that is pretty cool and pretty awesome, though, to see a brand new island popping out of the ocean. And I don't know what. No, I was to be anonymous. Yeah, I want to be. Okay, we'll call it the Anonymous Island. There we go. That'll be cool. Yes, they slide off the sides. Yep, and that could happen very easily, Kathy. And aloha to you, by the way. The island that could have been, you bet. It's always interesting to see that, though, where a fault will open up and we'll get a certain amount of uplift, and then all of a sudden it disappears. So name it Peekaboo. Yeah, Peekaboo Island. Yeah, that'd probably be an appropriate name. That's pretty awesome. All right, so let's get over to our earthquakes anyway, and we'll leave Peekaboo Island for now, and let's carry on and see what we got. So let me get to the right map. The Fantasy Island, yeah, it'll be a fantasy, all right. Not going to check too much in Hawaii. We'll just take a general look. I'm not going to go running through too much here. Mind you, there's not that many quakes. We do see one up here on Mauna Loa, just a small 1.5, and it's 2.1 kilometers up into the mountain above sea level. Happened at 59 minutes after midnight. And then we see one here in Kilauea, and only one new one, and that is a 1.4, and that happened at a 121. And 8.4 kilometers below sea level. We do see a few out here in the Pahala area, just looking real quick, a 2.3, we got a 2.1, there's a 1.7, 2.0, and you know, they're not that big, 1.8, 2.0 there again, 1.8, and 1.9. So kind of standard stuff for that area, and nice to see that we do have the one there on top of Mauna Loa. We should be seeing a few more though on Kilauea, if that is going to continue or keep going, and we'll hopefully see some of that. I see all you folks always lift my spirits. 100, there you go. And let's take a look at some of the other activity around the planet, though. Real quick, we have a 5.0 off the coast of Oregon. If we zoom into that, we can see that it is right there on the Wanda Fuca plate pushing. And that was from 3:17 this morning, and that would not have caused any tsunamis or anything. That's not big enough. Plus, it's a kind of a transverse split right there anyway, so it would have slid along, but still 10 kilometers down. And the other one 4.5 from 3:11 a.m. And then we had the other one here 4.1 near Ferndale again. Hopefully they are okay there. That was from 10:21, and that was at 17.9 kilometers down. Looking at the other ones, let's zoom back out, and we'll go here real quick down to Peru. 4.5, 3:15 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that guy. And the mid-Pacific rise, my bad, 6.0 from 9:17 a.m., 10 kilometers down for him. That's quite a size. Then we get over here into a Tonga area, 5.6 for those guys, 4:30 this morning. And that is 10 kilometers down for that one. We do see here in Vanuatu a 5.8, 1:39 a.m. For that guy. And then we have this area over here, and this is where that island has popped up. And that is a 5.0, 4:53 a.m., 24.9 kilometers down. And we look at the other big quakes here. That's that 7.6. The other guys call it a 7.5. So, but that is the area where we've got the new land coming. So pretty awesome. And we'll leave that be. And let's go up. We don't see anything in the Philippines, and nothing on the rest of Indonesia. Going up to Japan, we see a 2 and got a 3.9 from yesterday, 2019, 30.9 kilometers down, and a 4.7 just off the coast, and that is 24.8 kilometers down from 9:19 a.m. Out here in the subduction area for the Kuril Islands, a 4.4, and that's what we are seeing there. So that's kind of it for those, and gives you a pretty good idea that, yeah, the planet is shaking, and we've got that happening. If we go look at the global seismicity, we see the big one there, and then of course the biggest one today was a 6.2 is what they put it on this particular chart as. So pretty awesome. Quick peek at the Canary Islands and see what's happening there, since we haven't seen a heck of a lot going on. And actually, I was going to zoom all the way out, and there up on the top we see a 3.4 happened. This one is very fresh, 33 minutes after midnight UTC time. And doesn't give us a depth here, but it says 25 kilometers down for that one, and that is okay. And then on the 9th, they had the other one beside it here, that 3.7, which is 34 kilometers down. And of course, the other one doesn't show a depth, but it is at 2.2. So if we zoom into La Palma though, and La Palma is really quiet, no new quakes, nothing indicated for the 11th, the only ones are from the 10th, so that's what we've got there. Looking at our volcano map, I'm going to just refresh that real quick, and of course we get all kinds of ads popping up, and we'll get rid of those. And we'll take a quick look there. And nothing up in Iceland. We still see our 2 there in the Azores, and really no new additions that I've seen, at least not that I could tell. Yeah, Lascar are still there, Sabancaya doing its thing, Sengay, Cotopaxi, and of course Reventator. Reventator are still red and very busy with throwing out SO2. Percy still there, and same with our other guys here. Everybody is still pretty normal, nothing major change. No changes there, and if we zoom out, going over here, Gabby says, thanks, good night, and we'll see you. Okay, take care, Gabby. Pavlov doing its thing, as well as the Great Sitkins and this Wanga, and Semi is still there. And of course, that is Ibico is right there, as well as Lade, and then our friends up there in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We don't see anything new happening down here. We still have White Isle and Taupo, and of course Tofua, and then our three guys in Vanuatu, and our standard stuff in Papua New Guinea, and there's Cinnabung. There is where Marapi, Marapi, not Murapi, but Marapi is located. And this, of course, Currency. So they are not that far away from each other, just so you know. And that is Marapi, and Murapi is over here. So Marapi and Murapi. And there we go. And looking at the rest of it, nothing new in the Philippines or Japan, so we're all good there. And we don't see anything new down here in Erebus, still in Antarctica. Heard Island, a volcano, still there in Heard Island, and our African friends are still all the same. And over here, of course, we have Etna as a red volcano, and then a red Stromboli as well. And Campi is still doing its thing. And that brings us to another break, you guys. So actually, let's do a very quick shot at the SO2, and then after, I'll take a break afterwards. And we will then go do the weather around the planet. The SO2 actually looks a lot better today. And here's really a quick shot. I'm not going to get into details here, but we see a lot more blue in North America. Actually, the Northern Hemisphere period is looking a lot better. And we see that by looking around. The area down here, Mexico, we see most of Popocatépetl and Mexico City are off-gassing into the Caribbean. And what I was saying about Reventator, that is what is coming from him. I'm not sure who created this dark plume, and I think it may have been Sabancaya, but I'm not 100% sure. And the rest of it looks pretty normal. Looking at what we see, a White Isle volcano still doing its thing, and Vanuatu has been a lot busier. Tofua, not as much coming from it. And of course, then we've got Aoba up here doing its thing. Normal stuff coming from Australia, nothing major there. I'm going to zoom out for a second here. I just want to kind of reiterate on what's happening here when we look at Antarctica and all that SO2, of course. When in the winter time, when it snows, the SO2 gets trapped in the snow and falls and sits there. And of course, now that the edges of Antarctica are melting, as the snow melts, that SO2 gas is released again, and it starts to get into the air, and that's why there's so much there. China's still putting out quite a bit of SO2, and we do see a little bit coming from down here, but not very much from Suwanosejima. Sakurajima is still a little bit of red there from it as well, but we do see a lot from China coming over. And of course, we have our eruptions that are continuing there on the Kamchatka Peninsula, and that is pretty awesome. But I'm surprised we're not seeing more come out of Ibiko down here, but we do see it from some of the other ones, Karimsky and no, hang on, which ones are up there? Never mind. Anyway, we're going to leave that. Looks pretty normal in India, and same thing. Actually, not that much in South Africa right now. And looking at Etna, Etna is a lot quieter. I'm surprised we're not seeing more coming out of Etna, so that is kind of what we've got there for right now. Okay, I'm going to leave that be. We're going to do the weather map after we get back from the break. I do need to take that break, you guys, otherwise I'm going to lose my voice. And you can probably hear it's already getting a little bit on the rusted side. So put you back over to Hawaii, and keep your eyes open for the wild drones flying by. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Yes, it could be from Kayushef Koiski, Skoy? Something like that. Yep, it could be Sue. All right, I'll be back. And there we go. I've got that microphone back on. My voice is back to a little bit better. Anyway, yeah, before we go do the weather, I was just looking at the screen here, and I'm kind of going, why does it look like the fountain is getting a little bit larger? I don't know. I'm going to go back in just an hour here, and we're going to just kind of compare it. So this is an hour and 7 minutes ago, and I don't know, it kind of doesn't really look as big. And let's go back to alive, and I don't know, to me it looks like it's welling up a little bit higher, so maybe we've got some more stuff coming. That would be pretty awesome. And thank you for the welcome backs from Sasha and Brian, Perfectability 999, and Michael Olson also here. Welcome and thanks, and thank you, Sue. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart and Kananaska's Country. Thank you. And I think we've got everyone else. And Tom Caruso also here. Welcome back, Tom. Anyway, that is what I was kind of just noticing while we were looking. I'm going, hey, that looks like it's up a little bit higher than it was before. And we were seeing the occasional spatter coming up from these other ones, but that definitely looks like it's increased just a little bit in volume, or height, I should say, and not necessarily a volume. So nice to see that, and that is cool. Anyway, let's get over to our weather map, since that is ready to go. Just got to get on the right spot here, and there we go. So let's take a look and see what we've got going on around the planet. First off, we'll start out with northern portions of Canada and Alaska. Looks pretty cold up there, still along the coastline though, fairly decent. Not so bad, but up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, and none of it. I want none of it. It's very cold. Prairies and British Columbia, for the most part, not too bad. Reasonable temperatures for this time of year, which is actually very nice. Vancouver coming in at about 7, 8 degrees right now. And looking out there where Bob is out in the rock, about 4 or 5 degrees. That is not bad. Here in Edmonton, about -6. And we're heading down here somewhere around -10, where Kananaska's Country is. And then, of course, we slide over past the very cold Manitoba, and we get into the Great Lakes areas there in Ontario. We're seeing 1 degree in Toronto, down on the bottom here about 2 or 3 degrees, depending on where we point it. A little warmer in Detroit at 4. Montreal coming in at -9. And sorry, Dr. Fox, I spelled your name, misspelled my name. Oh boy, I didn't even see that. You're lucky I didn't see it. I would have kicked you out. I'm kidding. I didn't see it. You're lucky. -16 in Quebec, and we are seeing a very cold temperatures there in New Brunswick. And oh, Burr, Sue, is it really that cold there? Halifax coming in at -9 or 10 degrees, and Cole Harbour -9 as well. Burr. And looking over at Newfoundland, definitely icicles time. -14, -15, -17. Holy mackerel. Wind chill -11. Yeah, that's not so good. We see that high sitting over top of Quebec, keeping things very, very cold there. So let's move over to the west coast, and there in the United States. We got about 6 or 7 in Portland, San Jose coming in at about 13 today, a little warmer. We see the valley area there is actually warmer, and then down by LA looks a little cooler. just north of LA. Death Valley coming in at about 11, and that is colder than Los Angeles. We take a look at further south here at Mexicali, about 14, and home of the Arizona Snowman, just north here, they've got about 11 degrees Celsius right now, that's about 52 on the Fahrenheit scale, and that is same with Tucson. Albuquerque a little bit colder at 2 degrees. Amarillo about 5 degrees there. Oklahoma City about 13, and we are seeing about 18 there in San Antonio. Austin about 19 or 20 depending on where you're looking. 21 in Houston, that's not bad. 21 in Dallas as well. That is nice temperatures for winter time. And there we go, 21 in New Orleans. That is pretty cool as well. And looking at the Florida, they're not so warm yet. Only 21 in Miami, and it looks like they've got that cold weather sitting still inside there. Atlanta making it to about 16, 15, 16. And a little on the cool side, Charlotte getting up to 13, but it's colder out on the coast. Grandma B is lucky. It's about 12 degrees there in Raleigh. There we go. And that is not that bad. That's about, again, 54, 55, something like that. And a little colder out on the coast, 9. It's a little bit chilly. And getting up to New York, 0, freezing mark. And Boston about 0 or -1 there as well. And yeah, we already looked up there, very cold. Let's see what Cancun is coming in at. Only about 23, 24 degrees. That's not that warm. We see that cold try to sneak down the Baja again here. Mazatlan coming in at about 22. Vacation destination for many Canadians. 14 there in Mexico City, not so warm. Acapulco, that would be the better place to go, 25, 26 there. And then, of course, we go down the Central America, looks not so bad. The higher elevations in South America, of course, are definitely showing some colder temperatures, but the rainforest is definitely holding its temperature for nighttime stuff. Paraguay looks like fairly warm in here, 26, 27. And looking at Argentina, from about halfway up, it is very nice there. Buenos Aires coming in at about 21, little warmer there in the top end of Uruguay, but coastal areas about the same, 21 or so. But once you get down on the bottom end here, start to get a little cooler. That's that low that is pulling up that cold air, and this low, of course, pushing that cold air over, trying to keep them cool. And getting over to our wonderful New Zealand, and we see some balmy stuff on the west side. The east side looks a little on the colder side, and we see about 17, 18 in Christchurch, and going up to Wellington about 17 as well. Taupo area in the middle here coming in about 15 or so, thereabouts. And then we see Auckland coming in at about 19. Grand Zed probably sitting at 21, 22, I bet. And then we pop over here, and we know there's a heat wave going through Australia. Down here in Tasmania, they are not bad, 20 at Hobart. And looks like some places up as high as 26 or 27, 28 right there. So looking not bad. Melbourne coming in at about 22, 23 degrees. That is pretty cool. Sorry, you are right. It's 28. What about up here? We are seeing some 30-degree temperatures up there in Brisbane. What do you think, Tom, about that temperature? 26 in Sydney, and then Adelaide, what was 30? Depending on where you point the mouse, anywhere from 30 to 33 degrees. And Townsville, where's that? 31 degrees. Holy mackerel. 27, 28 in Perth. And some of the high temperatures are just out to lunch. 41 degrees, and maybe some 42s hiding in there too. We were looking in here yesterday. 43. That is crazy. Wow. Come on, share some of that heat. Send us a little. I want some. Northeast coast. Yeah, northeast coast here is colder. Yeah, Brisbane. This looks like a pretty nice area for a temperature. And not bad for rain and stuff from what I keep looking at. So it's not so bad. But, I can't live there. Out here in Fiji, 27, 28, like normal. New Caledonia, about 27. Some of the lower elevations, of course, very hot there in Papua New Guinea. And the mountains, of course, a little bit cooler. And, of course, since it's summer, it's hot there in Indonesia, Malaysia, and those places, Bangkok, coming in about 27. Thank you, Sue. That looks pretty awesome. Manila, about 29 degrees, and going up. And again, we see that really mixed up temperature there in Taiwan. Bottom end 24, top end 22, in the middle about 15, 16, 17. Not so good. And we see the bottom end of Japan actually warmed up a little bit with about 16, 17 degrees. That's nice. Same thing with the beaches here in Korea, South Korea. I'm looking at not bad. Single digits for the most part in Japan till you get up into the snow belt up on the top here. And you don't want to get into the Kamchatka Peninsula. That is too cold. Let's take a look at what we've got in India and Sri Lanka coming in about, depending on 23 to about 25. Not so warm there. 11 degrees in Delhi and Mumbai, making it to about, it looks like about 16, 17, 18, somewhere thereabouts. And looking at Cape Town, about 19 today, a little bit warmer. And looks like the interior area here, 28, 29 in some places. Not bad at all. Most of Africa looking pretty normal, with the exception of the northern areas quite cool. Cairo only making it to about 11 or 12. And hopefully they're not getting any more snowstorms in Saudi Arabia. That was crazy to see that. And let's take a look what we got for Piggy. And Piggy is got probably about 12 degrees, I think, somewhere thereabouts, maybe even just a tad less. 12, 13 it says on the map here, but why is it not coming up? Kick that bot. There we go, 11 degrees. And maybe it's frozen. So a little bit cooler there for Piggy. And of course, Yvonne leaves in a few hours from this very cold area here in Sicily, and she's going to go warm up in Germany. I thought that was kind of hilarious. It was still a little cooler, still cooler in Sicily than it is in Germany. And 5 degrees there right now. Doesn't surprise me. That's all good. And apparently she flies straight from here to Dusseldorf from this location. And Sardinia is about 10, 11 degrees for the most part. Coastal areas a little warmer. Looking at what we see, very cold, single digits all the way through in Portugal, and then most of, even some below freezing temperatures in Spain. Not too bad though. I guess winter is winter. And then we get up into France, and we see Tanto's home there at about 12 degrees Celsius. That is pretty awesome. And we see Paris coming in at about 9. And as Yvonne goes home, she'll be looking at about 9 degrees in Cologne. And let's see if they show where she's going to be landing. Dusseldorf. Where's Dusseldorf? Dusseldorf, where are you? I don't see you. There's Dusseldorf, and that is going to be about 9 degrees. So, yep, a little warmer there than it is in Sicily. Anyway, Berlin coming in at 6, 7 in Hamburg. Copenhagen coming in at about 6 up there. And Amsterdam was about 9 degrees. But windy as all get out, from what I understood. Herbian was saying it was very, very windy there in the Netherlands. And let's see, London coming in at about 11 degrees right now. And then we can see here Leeds is about to cut off, and it starts to get a lot colder. And we see single digits and very a little on the freezing side, but very low single digits. Irish Monkland, and that is about 11 degrees there in Doolin, and Dublin about 11 as well, or 10, very close to it. Sliding up, looking at Oslo up in the top here, about 3 degrees. Stockholm making it to 3. St. Petersburg -4 or 5, and Moscow -9 right now. All the other places, variable temperatures. We see some warmer stuff along the coast, kind of weird. And looking at what we see in Iceland, some very cool temperatures still. Reykjavik coming in. It's according to this map. It says it is -5, and Sue brought it up, and it says -1. So I don't know, something wrong with the temperature settings there. Don't know exactly what to say about it, but hey, it is what it is. The maps are different. I guess everybody's got their own temperatures, and very cool. And all right, let's go to precipitation real quick, and we'll take a look. We do have some snow up in Alaska, not too much. We do have some here in the Northwest Territories and the Yukon, and we've got this low coming off the coast here, and it is pounding the western coast of Canada and United States. Looks like pretty much everywhere. Not quite down far enough to get to LA, but from I don't know, what do we call that? Fresno on up. Yeah, and they're getting lots of rain. A couple of dry spots in between, but I think they're still going to get nailed. And of course, looking at Canada and the Alaskan Panhandle getting nailed there as well. Some more fog due for us. Apparently, we're not going to see sunshine for the next 3 or 4 days, so that is kind of dismal. And we see some more lake effect snow happening here in Ontario. And then looking in the Midwest from Colorado eastward, we see some snow, and then Oklahoma eastward, we see some thunderstorms. And I guess Pittsburgh, and from Richmond up to Pittsburgh and Cleveland, they're all going to get wet, and by the looks of things. And no snow or rain for Sue, so that is all right. Let's zoom out a little bit. Central America, normal stuff. South America, of course, rain in the Amazon. What do you expect? It's the rainforest. And down here we see a system off the coast. That's maybe what's keeping it so cold, because that is circulating the opposite direction, pulling that Arctic air up. And remember, our cutoff was somewhere around here. So that's what we see there. And a quick shot at New Zealand. It looks like the South Island is only got a little bit of rain. North Island is getting peltered again in the northern portions of it, as just south of Auckland, though. I'm sure that'll move through and get them some more. Looks dry there, that high doing a good job in Tasmania and the bottom end of Australia. And we see this storm here, and I'm not sure if that's the remnants of Ellie. I think it might be, but that is what we've got going on there. And then, of course, going through Fiji, they've got stormy stuff, the rainy season. And looking at all of what we see here, Papua New Guinea, those areas. Actually, Indonesia doesn't look too bad, but some storms. The Philippines, on the other hand, they've got that nasty system sitting on top of them. That is not so good. And of course, looking here in Thailand and going all the way up into China, some more stuff there. East China Sea has got a little bit of rain, in Japan, not that bad. And some snow there in the Kamchatka Peninsula, but we're seeing that low way out here in the ocean. It's kind of double lows. These guys are not happy, and we've got a high trying to push some warmer air in, and of course that creates all kinds of moisture happening there. Yep, a rainy season. Madagascar getting some rain there as well. Hope that doesn't get into Cape Town and South Africa. And of course, the central areas here are pretty good as far as getting rained upon. Sahara Desert looks dry, and possibly no more snow for Saudi Arabia. And this stuff here, and I'm not sure where this is going to go this low. I'm assuming it's going to go to the east. And Piggy, of course, is right in here. And she will be getting some more rain. And yes, they do need that rain there. And we see some more over here on the Black Sea as well. And going up a little bit on the top side of Italy, and of course some foggy stuff in Spain as well as Portugal, northern France getting some rain, and looks like Belgium and Holland and western Germany getting nailed, and as well as regular English weather for England for the most part. Bottom end of Ireland, really getting stormed out as well. I'm still waiting for this low and seeing where it's going to move. If it comes down a little bit, they're in trouble. If it goes up, that might be better off. And of course, here in Denmark, they're getting rained upon. And looking at the Norwegian coast, we do see that low sitting there. It is warming things up a little bit in that area, but they still have a lot of snow. And up on the top of Finland, all of Finland pretty much getting a pile of snow as well. Let's see what we've got here in Iceland. Western side pretty dry. Eastern stuff getting more snow. And there we go. All right, so let's pop back to our temperatures. We'll find our coldest temperatures on the planet real quick, and we'll start out with taking a look down here and the southern points of our Antarctic area, and I see a minus 39 is for Antarctica. That is a very, very cold, but that's not as cold as it is in the planet. So let's see, minus 39 there. Do we have anything colder? I don't see anything colder. Minus 36, 37, 39. What if we zoom in? Do we have a 40? Do we have a minus 40? So far I don't see a minus 40. The penguins are probably suntanning right now. It is so nice. And no, I don't see a minus 40. I'm going to say a minus 39 for down there. And let's go take a look at Greenland and see what we've got there. I know that place is horribly cold. We already see a minus 53. Holy mackerel, that didn't take long to find that. And looking around a little bit though, let's just check. And we'll zoom in a little bit and see a minus 53. And let's see if we can find a minus 54. Oh. No. I am only seeing a minus 53. And, yep, I'm going to give up and see it's a minus 53 degrees. Unless we got something colder here somewhere. 51, no, that's getting warmer. Yep, a minus 53. Unless there's something cooler there. And let's take a look at our Canadian Arctic and see what we've got. It looks pretty warm down here. Let's go look up here. There's some cold places here. We know there is. It's always cold up here. Only when it's not cold up here. Let's see if we zoom in a little bit. Minus 43 is what I've seen so far. And let's see what's going on. Minus 41. No, it's warming up there. Let's see, minus 41. No, I don't know where those temps are. Minus. Okay, well, we just don't see it up here. Oh, hang on, minus 46. Oh, there we go. There's a cold spot. Minus, what do we got here? Minus 50 something. I seen a minus 53 there a second ago, so kind of weird that it disappeared that quickly. Minus 50, oh there, there's a minus 54. That is pretty cold, but let's see if we can find anything colder. Minus 54 is pretty darn cold. So, yeah, I don't know if I can see anything colder in that area. Oh, I see a 55. And where'd my 55 go? Yeah, minus 55 right there. Go up, down, sideways, and I don't see anything colder. So minus 55 in our Great White North. And that is plenty of cold. I don't want to be any colder than that. So a minus 55 for the Arctic. And let's go to the horribly, horribly cold place. And I know I looked earlier today, and I just about scared myself. And I did find some awesomely cold temperatures. And yeah, here we are, a minus 63. And where's the rest of it? 61. We seen it here a second ago. There's 65 I seen. And let's see, anything colder? Still, that minus 65 is plenty cold, and that is Antarctic temperatures, and I'm just floored to see it that cold there. And this is the northern hemisphere, you guys. So that is like, wow, minus 65. Pardon me. I think I'm going to leave that one there, and let's just scout around a little bit here, because that's only the one spot I looked at, and I want to see if there's anything colder here. I don't see too much. Minus 48, 49, 50s there, and minus 53. What about up here in the balmy warm areas? And no, I think we will have to live with those cold temperatures. I thought right around here we had some very cold temps as well. Yeah, where is it? 57, 58. No, I think we are stuck with the really cold stuff that we found up top there at minus 65. And that is horribly cold. There's a minus 64. And where'd my minus 65 go? It was in there. We had it on the screen, so I'm safe. Sort of frozen to death, but safe. Boy, minus 65 is what I'm going to say for our Russian Siberian area, and hopefully that will win me the prize. Hang on, okay, I'm looking at the Sue's. She whooped me all the way through. She found minus 40 in Antarctica, minus 56. Oh, I only had, what did I have I had a minus 55 in Canadian Arctic. She whooped me there. Greenland, where'd she get hers? Yeah. I gotta go look and see what she had up there. Where'd those temps go? Yeah, she's got very cold temperatures. Brr. Okay, so, yeah. Sue says, Dr. Fox, coldest temperature, I found minus 40, 54, and minus 66. Oh, she beat me in Siberia, too. Okay, so, yeah, she wins. She beat me in Antarctica. She beat me in Greenland. She beat me in the Canadian North and Siberia by a little bit. And I bet you if you looked at the thermometer, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you were out in that cold temperature, you guys. Anyway, that's it for today's show. Sue, you win. You get the icicle trophy. You get the icicle today. Yeah, by 1 degree Celsius on each. Congratulations, Sue. That is awesome. And you are the ice queen. As cold as ice. Oh boy. And I'm going to go to the Australian outback, okay? I'll try that. I'll try the heat. I like Australia. That looks pretty darn warm. So, yeah, ice sculpture for you today. There you go. That is pretty cool looking, and you get to send your air bombers there to do those airdrops. The penguins will really appreciate it. Make sure you send them some sun tanning lotion, and they'll need that. This is not my true nature. I'm not an ice queen. I prefer palm trees myself, Sue. So that's where that one is at. Anyway, on that is a great fun. Hey, Yvonne, you haven't left yet. Yvonne, if you hurry, it's warmer at home than it is there in Sicily. And good morning, Yvonne Kunkel. Glad to see you. And you're getting your coffee, and that is excellent. And yeah, it's while we're looking at it, we looked at your temperature there, and somewhere, where are we here? We were looking right around here. You got about 9 degrees at your home place, and down in Sicily here, you got about 5 or 6 degrees outside. So yep, you can go there, and that is pretty awesome. Sue, your Elsa is okay from the frozen. Yeah, more to the northwest. What, you're more to the northwest? Well, we were looking at Dusseldorf. There's Dusseldorf, and you're up here somewhere. So, yeah, but still, it's still 9 degrees Celsius up there, and that is all good, and you'll be okay. Really, seriously, that'll be pretty good for you. Not a big deal. Oh yeah, up here. Oh, maybe a little less. Cleve. There we see. I ate, but still, that's still a little bit warmer than what you've got down there at in Sicily. So you'll be basking in the warmth, and that'll be awesome. Just make sure you put rocks in your socks, because it's really windy. And Duisburg, but my hometown is 100 kilometers north of Dusseldorf. Okay, well, you're up here, right? Or very close to it. And looks like about 8 degrees there. And that's in Cleve. I don't know if I said it right. Cleve, up there. Anyway, this area, so right near the border, and that is not bad. And anyway, that is all good. So yep, that is it. So anyway, it's time for me to wrap up the stream, and that'll be good. For today. Yep, I must send sunscreen for the penguins, and that is a definite must. And we'll put this back over here, and let you have a look at Kilauea on the way out. And there is Kilauea still bubbling away and doing its wonderful thing. Anyway, it's time to end the stream, so I just want to say a big thank you to our wonderful people that are here, of course, every one of you. And as you can probably tell, my voice is starting to break up again. I want to say a special thank you to our super chatters, Piggy and Irish Monk, for that very generous super chat, as well as Thor. Thank you guys for the super chats, and Kevin Haynes for gifting that 1 membership, and that is awesome. And on that friendly note, it is time to shut things down. Yvonne, safe travels, and good luck getting home, and hopefully it won't be too windy there at home. And anyway, take care, everyone. Be good, be kind, and take care of yourselves. And we'll see everyone on tomorrow's stream. And on that note, please remember, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care, good night, and oink oink.